there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's...
Objection, hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but go to the next thing. What did you do next?
I called my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having, and I thought, oh, I'll hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't happen.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of it. Thank you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen, we could move on and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. We had, our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that we'll take care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I call that person. And that person is on speakerphone. And I say...
Tell us who that person is.
Io.
Io, tell it right?
Io, tell it right.
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
Right in front of Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
I allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, is asserted, Your Honor. It's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor, it is being offered to prove.
We're not here about whether Io.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. All right. So Io is talking. You can't tell us what he said. Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
Correct?
May we approach?
Okay.
So Io is talking. We can't say what he said. What is the next thing that happens on your end with Mr. Depp?
It just made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone, and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "You dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking," just screaming expletives, insulting names, and telling Io that he can have me and, fuck off, and just screaming at him. That's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, down on the couch and heads upstairs. I pick up the phone and try to, apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's to show what caused Mr. Depp to be set off and come back. I mean, it's not offered to prove the truth of what he's saying. It's not hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please tell us what Io said and what then happened with Mr. Depp.
Io said, "Amber, get out of the house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe. Get out of that house." Io had been there after the cleanup, or for the cleanup after December 15th, 2015 incident. And had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
All right.
I think she could provide the context.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay,
question.
so please continue.
Johnny hears this when he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs, heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time, lit into IO, called IO every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person, for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed at IO some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, you know, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her, you can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in what felt like my eye. I put my head in my hands and immediately start crying. I said, "You hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me." And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react, you know. I didn't even have time to put my hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch, and I haven't seen him for a month. And several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me, and I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, "Oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah?" And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, "Yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back?" And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing the blows to my face. I'm trying to prevent my face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. He lets go of me and turns. And
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring apartment, she came in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I. And I'll never forget it, just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way, just put both of her arms, her hands up like this. And like I've seen people do with horses, that's what it reminded me of. She just went, "No, no, Johnny, no." And she just got in front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left, next to me on the couch, and I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly. The next thing I hear is, boss, boss. And I realize that his 2 security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, boss, boss. And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Next one.
So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
then they tell him something. And he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming. And they kind of, I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he exits the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. I realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, this is not, we have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then the police come. So I think we have to put, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's just who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
I'll sustain the objection.
All
Next
right.
question.
Did you have were you present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was
I'll
present.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you call 911?
No.
Okay. Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
Okay. All right. So what happens, when did you learn that the police had been called?
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you known this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refuse to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at some pictures, but before I get there, I want to just ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
At that time, after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
Okay. I'm going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
We took pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay. So I'm going to take you now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706? I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
706 in evidence and published.
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
Okay. I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's 708. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of foundation.
If you want to approach.
Yeah.
Can you please explain how this particular item on here got onto the pictures?
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, you know, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I pushed info, and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 708.
Any objection to 708?
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor,
for the metadata.
Okay, if you want
alleged
to approach
metadata.
again. Okay.
Yeah, one moment, please. I'm
All
just
right.
trying to figure out how to move this fast.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to that?
There still needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, 708 with the redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury?
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes. There we go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
Exhibit
Honor.
20
That is-
Your Honor, we
that is
couldn't put him in
inappropriate, Your Honor.
because we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we
shown.
ask that we
as that
approach-
exhibit.
Okay, we can approach.
This is
That's fine.
inappropriate.
So for the record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of the depositions that were shown earlier where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted. Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's a picture of my face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Now we can take this one down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 709. And based on the court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that. Michelle, please. I'm going to move the admission of 709.
All right, any objection?
Not with redactions.
All right,
Thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence, you can publish.
If it could be published to the jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
And, Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions.
Okay.
Amber, could you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
That is my face after the phone incident. It's that night.
All right, let's bring Defendant 710, please. And, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Exhibit 710. The redactions have been already placed
All
on
right.
it.
Any objection?
No objection.
All
Thank
right,
you.
710 with the redactions, you can publish.
If we could publish, Your Honor. And for the record, this photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26 for both of their depositions. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here, Amber.
That is my face in yet a different light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendant's Exhibit 711. And I'm going to move the admission of 711, Your Honor, with the redactions.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 711 with redactions and evidence, publish.
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting of my face after the phone that evening.
And when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said, what'd she do?
To overrule.
Thank you.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
And why did you take the pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say, so she wanted to protect me.
Okay. So let's go ahead and bring up 712. All right, now move the admission of 712, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 712 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's depicted here.
That is another picture of my face,
Okay.
taken around the same time.
Okay. And then let's go to 713. Move the admission of 713, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 713 with redactions, you can publish.
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what this is.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on, or an additional light turned on in the previous one.
Okay. Let's go to 714. Move the admission of 714, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 714 with redactions, you can publish.
And please tell the jury what this depicts.
This is another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay. You can take that down. Let's go to 715. I'm going to move the admission of 715, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 715 with redactions, in evidence, you can publish.
Thank you. And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both. Please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
That is a picture of my face. Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment or the apartment that she was staying in.
Okay. And let's go to 716. Move the admission of 716.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 716, evidence as redacted.
And Emma, could you please tell the jury what this picture depicts?
Yes, it's the business card that one of the police officers left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And were the pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left, after, or do you know?
Objection, compound.
It's not.
And calls for speculation.
Your Honor, compound is
overruled.
Thank you.
We took pictures before, during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to take this one down and go to 717. And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to move the admission of 717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 717 is redacted in evidence. Published.
Thank you. And please just briefly describe to the jury what this is.
The two officers that first responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed as they came through?
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands, who was Raquel's fiance at that time?
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know. I didn't want this to come out. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want this to be... I wanted to protect Johnny.
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1374. That's 1374. One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. All right, move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374 in evidence. 1374A in evidence. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493T. And move the admission of 1493T.
No objection.
All right. 1493T in evidence.
And what does this depict?
This is a picture of my face after that incident. Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't tell. I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493S. And move the admission of 1493S.
No objection.
All right. 1493S in evidence. Publish.
And what does this depict?
And this is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described Mr. Depp destroying or damaging?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 700? And based on Your Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata. Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 700.
No objection with redaction.
700 with redactions, you can publish.
Can you please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse, penthouse 5, to kind of set up those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah, security let him in, even though I had asked
Objection, Your
her
Honor.
not to.
Speculation
I don't think that was speculation.
and lack of foundation.
I'll sustain as a foundation if you want to.
Okay. So what's depicted, what's the damage that was done?
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let into penthouse 5 in that state, he doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him into penthouse 5.
Objection, Your
So
Honor.
that he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just tell the jury what he did here that's depicted in this.
This is just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculation. She hasn't established that she was there.
I'll sustain if you want to lay a foundation. It's fine.
Okay. Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Trying to lay the foundation here, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Well,
question.
let's do this. Never mind. We'll let somebody else tell who did it, okay?
Sure.
Just all I'm asking here is what is the damage? What has been done that's depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'll sustain the
All right,
objection.
let's go to 701. Move the admission of 701.
With redaction, no objection.
All right, 701 with redactions and evidence.
Thank you. Amber, can you please describe what's depicted here?
Yeah, it is our bedroom in penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
So just describe what you see here as opposed to what you say he did.
I see a bunch of art tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21, 2016?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
Okay. Let's go to, Michelle, can you bring up defendant 702, please? Oh, Your Honor, and I forgot on the last two. For Defendant's Exhibit 700, that was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. It was Exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And Exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was Exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 702 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was also shown to Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40. And can you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
Yes, it is broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
And where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please? Move the admission of defendant 703.
No objection.
All right, 703 with redactions. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of the stairwell in the same apartment, penthouse 5, which is the apartment where I kept my things.
Okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of picture. I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay. Let's take this one down and go to 704, please. Defendants. Michelle, thank you. Move the admission of defendant 704.
No objection.
All right, 704 with redactions. You can publish.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that this was shown to both Officer Sines and Haddon as Exhibit 34 to both their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just another piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
Okay. And when you say wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up 705, please? Move the admission of 705.
No redaction. No, excuse me. No objection.
All right.
And let
705 in evidence. with
Thank you,
redactions.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon in Exhibit 36 of his deposition. Amber, can you please describe for the jury what's portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
Okay. Let's go to 707. Jury, what's depicted here?
This is the hallway leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please. Move the admission of 718.
No objection.
All right, 718 with redactions and evidence.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay. Let's go to 719, please. Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
All right, 719 with redactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's one corner of the kitchen in penthouse 3. Looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 720, please. Thank you, Michelle. Move the admission of defendant 720.
No
All
objection.
right, 720 with redactions.
And let the
evidence.
record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 43 to both. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
That's my office. It's a corner of my office, and that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out. It looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 721. Move the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
721 with redactions. Published.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again my office. Different, same thing, different angle.
Okay. Let's go to 722. Move the admission of defendants Exhibit 722.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 722 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Deposition Exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
That's a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
Okay. You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please. Move the admission of defendant 723.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 723 redacted and evidence.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what's reflected.
One of the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine that is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724. Move the admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
All right, 724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition Exhibits 33. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Let's go to 725. We're almost done, just two more. Promise. Move the admission of defendant 725.
No objection.
725 with redactions.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like Penthouse 5.
Okay. And last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726. Move the admission of?
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We will get a tissue. You got some? Thank you, Halissa. All right, no objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
All right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as deposition 32 exhibit to their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. Penthouse 3 appears.
Okay, thank you. Now, when the police officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
Which one, or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into Penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there because I had been in Penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay, and then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she could, if she gesturing to her face is not hearsay, it's not a statement.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. And it's also not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection. Next one.
So what happened next? Let's do this. How long were you with the officer when she took you aside?
A few minutes, if that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
No, I did not, but it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh, I was with them at the beginning of Penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house up through Penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, Penthouse 4, and then on to Penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked?
Yes.
But you refused to tell them?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I can't. I just refused to cooperate.
Okay. Now, approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly, maybe I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
We cleaned up a bit because there was broken glass and we had dogs. So we tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body-worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gatelin's body-worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right,
Just keep going forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting, and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't seem to, they didn't do what the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that that I was okay, or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned, and they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had, and they left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you give them?
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered, and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take you to the next day, May 22. And I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 772? What, if any, efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional, thinking that just because he saw all my friend's beads out on the countertop that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there, who was just in the apartment when Johnny stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5:21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right, 772, and evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot, PH5 is Rocky's studio, you are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're,
Yes.
okay. And then, obviously, we can read that he says, I tried to make it work, you just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce that night?
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 773. Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on 5/22. They start at 5:13. And you're discussing talking. You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 773 in evidence with identifiers redacted. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could, okay, we've got it published to the jury. So let's go to the top, Michelle. And so it starts out with him. This is the 5/21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5:22 at 5:13 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone. Or I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We can give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead. Your Honor, can
She
we
can't scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly so she can read the whole thing.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. But I had already committed to filing for divorce, and eventually I have to let him know that it's not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done, both he and I did that at times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I had enough.
Okay.
Overruled, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendant's Exhibit 773, and this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 p.m. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute, and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apologies. What was he apologizing for?
Objection,
Do you
calls
know?
for speculation.
What was your understanding of what he was apologizing for?
Speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me, didn't mean to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry that he didn't mean to.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page. Up to the green, please. And he says here, I'm sad, I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you
I
have
know
an
what he
understanding?
meant.
Okay.
But, Your Honor,
Did
there's
he
a
use
lot.
that phrase with you?
Hold on. I'll sustain that objection.
I'm trying to get to the
I
next
know.
one here.
Then you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says I am clear and I am me?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
That he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him. That he was a good guy I loved. The one that I trusted.
All right. I'm going to ask Michelle if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been admitted. Now, those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here it's 5:22, it's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection, calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
That's it. Okay. So Tell the jury how you felt in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy and went to Elon. I got help. I read books. I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, you know, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision to file for divorce. It was hard because, you know, I loved Johnny so much. I loved him so much.
And why did you file for divorce?
Because I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive. I'm so scared that it was going to end really badly for me. And I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much. I would have done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And it was so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. I believe he would have taken it too far, and I wouldn't be here.
Why did you ask for a domestic violence temporary restraining order?
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them, no matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high. And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic. I was losing hair. I was losing weight. I got really sick. I had shingles. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack. I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks. I thought I'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in any way, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It's not
Overruled.
offered to prove. Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay. So did Mr. Depp show up for the hearing on the DVTRO?
No, he didn't.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And why did you show up?
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr. Depp about obtaining the DVTRO?
We gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication, and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Was there any confusion surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation,
I'm asking
lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as the foundation if you want.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe, and I thought that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And remarkably, it had flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So, without saying what the counsel said, what was your understanding and what was your concern?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 800, please? Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 800.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 800 in evidence and publish.
Amber, can you describe for the jury what this picture is?
It's a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please? Move the admission of 801.
No objection.
801 in evidence, publish.
And Amber, if you can tell the jury what this is.
That's me while I was obtaining my restraining order. It's me in the courthouse.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the courthouse? Did you testify?
Oh, I provided testimony and sat there and cried.
And did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? Temporary
I
restraining?
did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
Okay. When you left the courthouse, what did you experience?
I walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way, and I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was, to that point, at that point in my life, had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse and screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
I'm going to take you just for a moment to makeup, and then that would put
Okay,
after
good
that.
break point. Okay, great.
That'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point after the makeup. You
Yes.
said that you didn't testify. You didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on both of those. I put on concealer, and I do that before I leave my bathroom in the morning. Okay. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled on that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
And let me, I use this, I think, in opening statement, and it's Defendant's Exhibit 1.
If you could, by the microphone, please. We can't hear you. There you go.
May I approach the witness to let
That's
her
what you
show?
could show the counsel.
This is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or two, you get more purple in a bruise. So you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 I feel like, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like 5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green. And then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite, in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or two, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course. But it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman. Or, if you wear lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
Okay. You always wear makeup?
I mean, it's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer has tinted foundation in it, and I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
Okay. I think that's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you in an hour, okay? Thank you. Court is still in session, so please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you. All right. And again, Ms. Hurd, since you're still under oath and testifying, you cannot discuss this case to include with your attorneys, okay? In your testimony. All right. Let's come back then at 1:40. Okay? All right. Thank you. 1:40.
Period of time in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love, and he was sober, and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period in 2012, which was a peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love. So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple, I believe, last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many instances of abuse were included in the UK trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse. Violence.
And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun counsel, chose.
Okay.
All right, we learned a lot once again from Amber's side of the story this morning, and I have 2 great guests with me this afternoon to break down all of this testimony. Forensic investigator Joseph Scott Morgan and criminal defense attorney Lara Yeratsian. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. Lara, let's start with you. Why are these dates so important to the trial?
They are extremely important. They go to her credibility. So if she, for example, got one of them wrong, we had her explain why she got that first incident, the first incident of abuse, wrong, and she explained why and how she was trying to almost believe that this didn't start or the abuse didn't start early on. So it's very important. They want to show her credibility. All of it goes to her credibility.
Now, Joseph Scott Morgan, should the jurors be concerned with the discrepancies between the testimony in this trial and the UK trial?
Well, I suppose so. I don't know how much of the UK trial is actually, going to weigh in this particular case. However, I will say this, going to your initial question about the timeline, I think that it's very important that we understand this. Famously, I think it was, before they retired for last week's trial, that period of time, she had talked about the makeup case and how that particular branding, the company had flatly said in their social media that, or they had implied at least, that particular makeup case and combination that she claimed to have used wasn't even sold at that particular time. So I think that defense is probably traveling back a bit here to kind of bolster her credibility. I think that that's, again, part and parcel of all of this.
All right. Well, as you guys know, we are currently on a lunch break now in Fairfax, Virginia. A great discussion to start off right now. We're going to have to take a quick break. But when we come back, so much more to discuss with our great guests. You're watching Law and Crime. Stay with us. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Yu, and welcome back to For the record here, it is day 16 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We are currently on a lunch break right now, but there is so much to break down as Amber Heard took the stand under direct examination today. As for those of you who are joining us right now, the 58-year-old Pirates of the Caribbean star is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for defamation for an op-ed that she wrote in 2018 in the Washington Post. And Amber Heard is counter-suing Johnny Depp for $100 million, saying that he is tarnishing her reputation. Now, as I mentioned, Amber Heard took the stand this morning, and she had a lot to talk about as well. She told the jury just how violent it got between her and Johnny Depp. Let's take a listen.
Please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne. When I returned from the press tour, that's what he was drinking, wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by kind of got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a small, narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck, and he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could not even mean to kill me. I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it. And kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck.
All right, so keep that thought. And before I bring in my guests to discuss what's coming up next, let's take a look now at another recording of the couple arguing on their honeymoon.
I saw you doing it earlier, whatever. It's fine. It's secretive. It's deceitful. You had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
Acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school teacher. Shut the f*** up. Listen to me, and then you can f***ing respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's f***ing mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't f***ing pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
Certainly some very tough
things to listen to for Amber Heard there. All right, let's break this all down now and discuss this. Joining me, forensic investigator Joseph Scott Morgan and criminal defense attorney Lara Yeretsian. Thank you so much for joining us both. Lara, we're going to start with you. What do you make of Amber Heard's testimony about her honeymoon? Should this couple ever have even been on a honeymoon in the first place?
I agree with you. Should they have been on that honeymoon? But you also wonder if this was truly going on and if he was as abusive as she's been describing him to be, someone of her stature, someone who is a celebrity, who had, I'm sure, a lot of support. Why would she have stayed? And that's something, it's a question that I'm sure a lot of people are asking today. And I understand that people who are women, whether it be women or men, who are subjected to domestic abuse, a lot of times will stay. The only difference between her and others are they're not all celebrities, and she is. And we expect differently of celebrities. We expect someone like her, as we heard her on the tape, to stand up for herself. So that's where I would leave it.
And Joseph Scott Morgan, let's talk about the audio. Recording. Do you think that helped Amber Heard prove her case?
Well, yeah, and I think to the exclusion of someone's bias relative to what my esteemed colleague said just a moment ago regarding celebrity, and that I think that isn't that something that's probably. I mean, juror members are human, and can you imagine what a surreal event it is for them to have to kind of wade through this and listen to these people that are kind of held up in almost demigod-like status and see their dirty laundry. And this is not something that's crafted by a publicist. So you wonder how does that compare to the recordings that you hear? Does the veil suddenly come down, or the scales fall, whatever you want to use there, fall from the eyes of the juror members, and suddenly it begins to humanize them, and you see what life was really like behind closed doors. I truly wonder, what kind of impact it'll have.
And Lara, before we take another break here, her credibility. Did you feel that she gained more credibility from her direct examination today, or no?
I guess when you look at her testimony overall, I think she has gained some credibility, but at the same time, there's also been a backlash, and I'll explain a little why. Sometimes when she cries, when there's a lot of detail, sometimes she talks too much. You start wondering why. Some of the answers could have been just short answers, and they don't necessarily need tears. It's been over 6 years at this point. She's been through therapy since, so I would have.
Sorry, Lara, we're going to have to take a quick break right now. When we come back, Anjanette Levy is going to be here with Gene Rossi in Fairfax, Virginia, to answer some questions. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to For the Record, live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia, where the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard is well underway. Good afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy, and joining me here today is former federal prosecutor and all-around good guy, Gene Rossi, who's actually prosecuted had defamation cases before. So, Gene, thanks for being with us today, as always. It's been a busy morning. We've been listening to Amber Heard on direct examination. Her direct examination had concluded a week and a half or so ago, and it resumed this morning. And so we heard some new audio recordings between the couple. We heard ones that we had heard previously, then we heard some that we hadn't heard before. So let's listen to some of the argument between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. This is from September of 2015. And also, as you know, we're taking your questions live on YouTube. So submit them on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. We will answer them, Gene and I and our other guests. So let's get back to this audio from September of 2015. This is of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard arguing, and this is an exhibit being presented by Amber Heard during her testimony. So she is saying this shows who the real Johnny Depp is, somebody who treated her poorly.
I was going to pour you one.
I'm not alcoholic. You should.
I don't have any control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
Well, your truth is really interesting, too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the first person that's noticed.
So I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. Your escape route. I see.
Not escaping. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Oh, of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well, when you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you pull me out?
I tried to.
Did?
Yeah.
Oh, did you get inside?
I didn't get inside.
Well, I just tried to pull me
By pounding on the door, waking you up every 15 minutes, and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore. In case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you're afraid I was going to die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But I
likely.
vomit a lot.
Yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep. Even
Good.
oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be so good. I hope so.
What? You don't vomit a lot? Are you going to tell me that? Look at me in the eye. Tell me you don't vomit. You don't vomit a lot? Yo, it's thanks for letting me try.
Wondering what was your reaction when you heard that clip played this morning? And we just listened to it again. Does that help Amber Heard's case?
Yes, it does, because first off, it's sad to listen to that. Mm-hmm. But in that recording, it corroborates her testimony, and this is the key, corroboration. It's a he said, she said, and this tape corroborates what she said is he is out of control. He not only goes on binges, but his behavior is a danger to her and to himself. And that recording corroborates that he passes out, he's naked, he's throwing up on himself. She's worried about him dying on his own vomit. It's actually very sad, but it does help her case. It does.
All right, let's get to your questions. This one comes from Doxy on YouTube. Didn't she just say that she wasn't wearing makeup to get the restraining order? Okay, so this has to do with toward the end of the testimony before the lunch break. Makeup has been a central part of this trial. I mean, we've heard so much about makeup. We're getting into the beauty routine. She said she had this bruise kit, but apparently, saying no makeup for the restraining order, even though she always wore makeup. She shows up at the courthouse and the bruise is visible. So what's the deal there? If she's been covering it all week long, why wear it to get the restraining order?
Well, that's something she's going to have to explain and that the jury's going to have to take in. I will say this, if the jury thinks that those videos are doctored and that she's putting on makeup to show that she was harmed more than she actually was, then she is exaggerating her claims, and that does help Johnny Depp a lot. Somebody just asked me a question.
Oh, that's the producer talking in our ear. You're not used to that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, producer.
Continue.
Yeah, I'm not used to it. But if the jury believes that she was putting on makeup to put on a hoax, if you will, and that's the word of the day, if not for the whole trial, then the jury's going to go with Johnny Depp's side and support the theory or adopt the theory, join in the theory that she's just an exaggerator and all this is just a fantasy in her own mind. However, if there's some dispute as to whether she did have makeup on, and that could be something that could help Amber Heard.
I think it's interesting because, you know, she's talked about, you know, the stuff she puts on, the tint, the concealer, all this stuff, we're girls. We wear a lot of stuff, right? Yeah. I mean, when I'm off work, you're not going to see me in a stitch of makeup. I'll tell you that right now. This is like a lot to do. But let's get to our next question. I think it's interesting too, Gene, just to touch on that. That's the central question of this case. Was this a hoax? That is the question the jury has to answer. And we're going to get into that later, and we'll probably, I should probably hold off on bringing this up, but we're going to hear the word metadata a lot more. You heard it today. You heard it one other time when Johnny Depp was on the stand. Metadata. You might notice that the photographs that are being entered into evidence, all of the timestamps on there are redacted. And because that's a central issue in this case too, I just want our viewers to understand that, because when those photographs were taken is a key question the jury has to answer. That is in dispute, and we'll get into more of that later. Next question comes from Christina Palmieri on YouTube. Why is Amber's attorney continuously correcting her about how to answer questions? And what does this tell the jury in regard to her accountability? I was kind of noticing this too. I know what I think about it. Gene, you go. Tell us.
Well, here's the thing. Amber Heard could not talk with her attorney the last 12 days. So that's one reason why when she's on the stand now, she's making statements that are objectionable. What she told somebody or texted somebody. And that's because the attorney was not able to prep her as much as she could. But they should have done this before the trial. Now, what does it say to the jury? I see this a lot in trials, in my trials and trials I've watched. So it doesn't bother me that much, maybe because I did a lot of trials, but it may affect the jury that, listen, this witness, Amber Heard, doesn't know when to avoid saying something that's going to be objected to. I will say this, the objections are flowing fast and furiously, and I don't know what the percentage rate on sustaining is, but I take the view sometimes there are too many objections.
Interesting. Can I just add to what you were talking about Amber Heard trying to quote people? I had a really interesting discussion with someone about the UK trial. That was allowed in the UK trial. All this, so-and-so told me this and this and that and blah, blah, blah. That was all allowed in the UK trial. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
I'm telling you right now, I had this really interesting conversation and telling all of you guys watching there about this. Apparently in the UK trial, a lot of hearsay was allowed. Right. And the rules are just different over there. So, that's why she's probably trying to go there. And then Camille Vasquez is objecting. And I don't think, it's my understanding there's no smoking gun in here somewhere that they're trying to hide. It's just that they're saying it's all this stuff she's trying to say is hearsay. That's my understanding. So I wanted to get that out here. Our good friend from Twitch, Waterproof Mascara, is sending in a question. Since Amber just stated she doesn't always use the Milani makeup, remember the palette? We've talked about the palette a lot. The Milani makeup, the TikTok video. Can the court dismiss it since her own lawyer said repeatedly that it was the exact makeup product that she used?
Okay, what an attorney says in opening statements and in closing arguments is not evidence. So that my understanding, that comment was made in opening, and a jury can should totally disregard that. So the court does not have the discretion, in my view, to strike what Amber's saying right now about this makeup. But that's a very good question. That's a very good question.
And we made this point on the air last week. Neil Rockhind and I and Joseph Scott Morgan, we were all talking about this. Elaine Benehoff didn't just pull that palette out of nowhere. right? Somebody gave it to her.
Somebody gave it to her.
Amber Heard gave her that. I mean, like, I don't know that for a fact, but I know that Elaine Benohoff didn't just pull this out of thin air and say, this is it, right? So I think that's going to be something that's going to come up on cross. Am I wrong?
That will come up on cross, and they're going to hold up a duplicate mascara container to illustrate the point.
Okay, so this is going to be our last question before the break. This is a good one. I think this is interesting, too, because we saw nurse Erin Borum-Filati testify via video deposition. This is from Dorleanne Lindiza from Facebook. Is Amber Heard and her attorneys saying that the nursing notes are doctored? Because Erin Borum-Filati said she self-reported she had an eating disorder, she self-reported both bipolar disorder, alcohol, and cocaine addiction, all this stuff. And today she's saying, no, that's not true. I didn't say that. So would the nurse have committed a federal crime? A nurse I know who was believing her story up to this point is not believing her today because she's contradicting the notes from the nurse from back in 2016.
All right, let me tell you this. I don't think a jury's going to believe what Amber Heard said about the medical notes. What I think is going to happen is they're going to believe what was written in the notes. They're going to believe the nurse, and what Amber said about the notes. That's just it's not going to lend much credibility to Amber Heard. That's probably one of the weakest parts of Amber Heard's testimony.
The nursing notes?
That she's walking away from the nursing notes. I think that's a very weak part of her testimony.
All right. Keep those questions coming on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube chat, Twitter. Submit them. We'll get them answered. We have to take this break for the network, so stay with us, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. This is just a commercial break for the network. You're watching For the Record on Law and Crime. Welcome back to For the Record, live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia. We are on a lunch break in the case of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It is the Hollywood defamation case, and it's really been something to watch. It's a really sad case when you get past some of the things that have been kind of funny. There have been some amusing moments in this trial, but this is a case about domestic violence, and it's really awful and sad to listen to these recordings and things that you hear. I hope people are really paying attention to that part of it and taking some lessons away from this. We are going to go to a question, and joining us, Jean, now is for Florina Altschiller. Pardon me. She is an attorney joining us this hour. Florina, welcome. I'm going to toss this question to you. Florina, Pam Sears from YouTube wants to know, how much will the jury take into consideration that these two people, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, are actors? Are they acting? Are they putting on a performance? All witnesses put on a performance, right? So what do you think of that, Florina? What do you think the jury will think of it?
Yeah, what a great question, because this really is a unique situation. In every case, the credibility of a witness is going to matter, and it is the job of the jury as the fact finders to decide how much weight to give their testimony. The job of this jury is that much more difficult because they have two professional actors telling two very convincing stories, and they're going to weigh which story makes more sense and which story is more believable. Unfortunately, I think it's not an easy job because they are professional actors, and so what this jury is going to need to do is look at what facts and evidence corroborate these stories and where there are inconsistencies, just like they would do in any other trial, and put the acting factor aside because they're both actors and they're both doing a damn good job acting.
Well, Florina, I agree with you. So I think they're doing a fine damn job, too, of doing the acting as well. And what I want you to really think about here, you know, I think I remember taking a class, a sociology class in college, and there was something I remember that stuck out to me, that life is a stage, right? And there's characters on the stage. So even if you're not an actor, if you're on the witness stand, you might not be putting on a performance, but you're still performing, right? You're still being observed. You're almost on a stage. Okay, so we are going to go to a clip now. We're going to listen to Amber Heard from earlier today, where she talked about how she dealt with Johnny Depp's substance abuse issues. So let's listen, and we'll take more of your questions on the side.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick, and you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having time, that affected me, is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So the advice I got was to turn him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and I told medical. And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
Jean, what do you make of this testimony with Amber Heard talking about having to turn Johnny Depp over? She says so he wouldn't choke on his own vomit. It almost reminds me of like Jim Morrison or Jimi Hendrix or something, you know? Like, I mean, it's horribly sad to think that somebody could be in that condition. But it didn't sound like Johnny Depp, you know, really thought, like on his testimony, it didn't seem like he was corroborating that. So your thoughts on this bit of testimony?
Well, I think what the jury's going to do, playing prognosticator, is they're going to analyze Johnny Depp's testimony and Amber Heard's, and they're both actors, okay? And Johnny Depp was admitting that he went on these binges, but he only went so far. He really backed away from blacking out. He backed away from vomiting a little bit. And what the way she's describing this, it doesn't sound like she's acting. It's too lucid and natural and extemporaneous in the way she's describing how she was trying to save him in her mind because he would vomit and get sick all the time. And this corroborates her story, that her version of events, that he was completely out of control. He couldn't control himself. And the next step is, when you're like that, you could be violent against your wife. And I think this part of her testimony is helpful. The other parts about the nurse's notes and things like that, the makeup, not so much. But this part, I think she's hitting home with the jury, in my view.
The nursing notes really stuck with me. It'll be interesting to see how much the jury focuses on that, since they're sitting there taking notes. Okay, our next question, Florina, I'm going to toss this one to you. What are your thoughts on the impact that this case will have on domestic violence in the future and domestic violence cases?
People who find Johnny Depp to be a compelling witness, which many people do, will actually have their eyes open to the possibility of male victims of domestic violence. And I could tell you, as somebody who has previously been a prosecutor and worked in domestic violence, there are male victims. It happens. There are males who fall victim to male partners and males who fall victim to female partners. And it's a lesser known thing. It's not as widely addressed, really. And most of the time we think of domestic violence as female victims. And so I think and I hope that if this trial does anything, it actually opens society's eyes up to male victims of domestic violence, to a gender-neutral view of domestic violence. And certainly I think in this case, there's a lot going on in a dysfunctional relationship where both are treating each other pretty horribly.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's a good point you bring up about the men that men can be victims of domestic violence. I mean, that's not a new phenomenon. It's just that men don't report it. And a lot of women don't report it either. But I was having a conversation with Dr. Catherine Kuhlman, who's on our network sometimes, about this last week. She was on my radio show. And she said, she's hearing from male, clients of hers about this. So, there are male victims out there. I've actually known one. So, it's really, really sad. All right. Tiffany Elock. Jean, this is a good question. Tiffany Elock from Facebook. With regard to Amber Heard's testimony, she originally testified that she didn't cooperate with the officers responding to the penthouse because she was advised by her entertainment lawyer that she spoke to before the police arrived that she shouldn't cooperate. And she said today, I told the police officers on the advice of my attorney, I'm not going to cooperate or I'm not going to file a report. But then she said later in her testimony, she didn't want to get Johnny in trouble. So Tiffany wants to know, do you think that the cross will catch that she gave two different reasons, or do you see those as two different reasons?
Well, I think those reasons complement each other. I do believe that she talked to her attorney. And I do believe that she didn't want to implicate Johnny Depp. I don't see a great inconsistency. Will they try to address that in cross? Yes. But I do believe, I think a jury will say both are accurate and they're not inconsistent. That she did talk to her attorney and that she tried to protect Johnny Depp. I think that part of her testimony, I think, is reasonably believable.
Okay, Florina, our next question is from Keyforge from YouTube. These names really crack me up. Can you comment on Amber dropping the term, quote, bruise kit? She said that right before we went to lunch, into the mix. That has to hurt her, right? That's Keyforge's question.
Ultimately, each of these individual facts is going to be a question for the jury as to, one, whether or not they caught that fact and whether it mattered to them, and two, how much weight do they want to give that fact if it's a fact that they caught. Remember, we're into a third week of trial now with many more weeks to come. I don't know how intently they're taking notes and what they're remembering. Chances are each of these facts, which our audience is doing a phenomenal job catching and remarking on, right? Each of these facts will need to be brought back up in closing argument for the jury to be reminded of it and for the jury to give it some weight if they even remember it. And that's why I think it's going to come down to a really strong closing argument to put each of these facts together and to explain to the jury why that fact matters, if it does at all.
We might need to hire some of these people asking the questions because they catch a lot of stuff. They could be like professional. They could be our producers or like note takers or something. Yeah. I mean, they've got some good questions. They notice a lot. Nothing gets past them. All right, this one to Eugene, Nikki 1303 from YouTube. Today, Amber Heard corrected her answer from her last testimony on Thursday and Friday. I think this person meant Thursday, Nikki, because there was no court on Friday. Is this allowed? And this has to do with when the domestic violence first occurred. She said 2013. Now she's saying 2012. Is she allowed to do that?
Absolutely. I had countless witnesses. During the morning, they would say something, and then in the afternoon, they would come to me and say, I think I misspoke, and I have to correct something. And I think I got to give credit to the attorneys for Amber Heard and to Amber Heard. She made a statement to the jury Thursday of last week, I think it was.
Week before last.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That she said it was 13 or made a statement that wasn't accurate. And now she's coming back and saying, you know what? About a week and a half ago, I made a statement. It was inaccurate. Here's the truth. Here's the truth. That actually helps her credibility, and it also helps the credibility of the attorney because you're not allowing something to hang out there that's not true or accurate.
All right. We are still taking your questions, so submit them. YouTube chat, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch. We will answer them to the best of our ability. We love taking your questions, so keep them coming. This is For the Record, live from the Fairfax County Courthouse on the Law and Crime Trial Network. We will be right back. Welcome back to For the Record here on Law and Crime. We are coming to you live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia. We are on a lunch break in the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard. And we are taking your questions live on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch. Keep them coming. We love it. We love answering your questions. You guys have great questions. And this one comes from Spoke Sonnet. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly, from Twitch. Florina, I'm going to send this one to you. How much longer does Amber's lawyer Elaine have for direct testimony? When can we expect cross?
You know, there's no cutoff. She's going to lose the jury at some point if she goes way too long, right? Ideally, what you want to do in a good direct examination or cross or anything that you're presenting is you want to get in, you want to get the details, and you want to get out. Primacy and recency matters. If you're going to do a direct examination that's going to go on for 3, 4, 6 days, at a certain point, you lose the jury. But there is no rule where a judge can cut her off or stop her, because she has as much time as she needs to tell the story that she's telling. And if you recall, Johnny Depp was on for multiple days too. So it's not really one-sided that she's taking too long, but certainly if she goes on for many, many days, it's going to start getting lost.
All right, so this next question, Jean, is for you. It comes from Sandra Buttress. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly, from YouTube. And Sandra, if we haven't hit your questions before, we apologize. This is the first time I'm seeing your name, but please keep the questions coming. Sandra asks, how will the jury take it when Amber said, quote, "I have never done coke," and today she said she has? Please answer this question. Okay.
First off, I don't think a jury anywhere on the planet would believe that Amber Heard, actress married to Johnny Depp, never did cocaine. Okay? I'm sorry. That's just not believable. If she sticks to that canard, "I never did cocaine," I think the jury could tune her out completely, because it's absolutely patently absurd.
She reported it to Nurse Filati, and today she's saying she didn't, acting like she didn't say these things. But she did. Nurse Filati said she had reported addiction to cocaine and liquor.
Listen, the jury's going to believe the notes and the nurse more than Amber Heard, number one. And the topic, "I did not do cocaine," it's just not a believable statement. And for the life of me, I don't know why she said that. Even if she believes it, it doesn't sound believable. So I think that hurts her testimony big.
Okay, next question is from Hamad Fatradi from YouTube. How do they make sure, this is a good one. How do they make sure that Amber and her lawyers don't make contact before each session outside of court? That's a great question, because, Florina, I'm going to send this one to you, because they're admonished. They're told every time testimony ends, you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone, even your lawyers. Judge Escarati says that. So how do they ensure that happens? Because as far as I'm concerned, it seems like it's all on the honor system.
Right. That is a great question. And you're exactly correct. It is all on the honor system. But we as lawyers have a law license that I would hope every attorney would like to maintain and not lose. And part of the oath that we take as attorneys in getting our law license is that we're going to follow the law, and that if there's a directive by the court, that we don't violate that directive. So we as attorneys know that we're not supposed to speak to witnesses while they remain under oath on direct testimony. And hopefully her attorneys are following that oath and on the honor system are not discussing her testimony with her. Are they for sure? We'll never know, but we have no reason to believe that they're violating that.
All right. Jean, this next question is for you. We're getting into the weeds a little bit here, but we've heard these names. So this is from Sandy Teakle from Facebook. Why aren't Josh, Drew, and Rocky Pennington, Raquel Pennington, witnesses? Wouldn't that prove AH's story? So we heard today that Rocky took the pictures of Amber after the May 21st incident. Sounds like pretty quickly she took the pictures. I thought Rocky was deposed. closed. So we're going to have to check into that. But why wouldn't they be called? If you're the defense, you'd want to, since even if they came from Amber's phone, the photographs, Rocky took them.
Yes. Here's the thing.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
We're hand talkers here.
I'm Italian. I use my hands a lot.
Yeah, and I don't have an excuse. I just do this all the time.
I knock down wine glasses all the time. That's true.
All right.
I digress. But that's a fabulous question. And here's what's going to happen. If they don't call a witness, audience Sandy, if they don't call these witnesses that can corroborate what she says, and they have the ability to call them, you can guarantee in cross and in closing argument, the plaintiff's attorney drive a Mack truck through that. Because here's the thing, there could be a jury instruction that says if one side has the ability to call a witness that could help them but does not, you may infer a negative from their failure not to call somebody. It's like if you have an alibi. I told Gene Rossi I was in Chicago and not D.C. the day of the murder, and you don't call that person as a witness, there's a jury instruction on that, and that's something they will pound in cross or especially in closing argument.
Yeah, most definitely. And we heard Rocky, too, like we heard earlier in the trial, I don't know if the viewers caught this, but Rocky and Amber aren't friends anymore.
Right.
They used to be friends. We're really getting...
Well, they may not be calling Rocky, I love the name.
Yeah.
They may not be calling Rocky because he could be a two-edged sword.
Yeah.
He could provide bad information.
Yeah, so Rocky and they used to be friends, Rocky and Amber. They are no longer friends, apparently. So that's an interesting thread that I would like to pull on. All right, so I guess that does it for us here at the courthouse. Florina Altschuler, thank you for being with us. I know you're going to stay on. That's it for me. That's it for Gene. We've loved doing this with you, so we're going to take a break because court should be coming back any moment now. You are watching For the Record live from the Fairfax County Courthouse on Law and Crime.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Oh, we have things, okay. Yes, what do we have? Okay, we're ready for the jury. All right, thank you. Seated. All right, your next question.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155 in evidence. Do we have it?
I think it's there. We had pictures for.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence. Was it? 155, yeah. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit, and it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right. Is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it.
Okay, so was that going to be for the whole 357, or is that 357A, or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was put in there.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
It just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I got to file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's going to file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and we'll know, because I call my lawyers and I say, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in their court.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
We want to mediate. We even have a mediator. We even mediator and everything. Like that was all worked out. So the thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order, and that's the problem. That she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay.
Why?
I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now, and I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now. I just want you to know I'm not doing anything and have not been doing any moves. Like, look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
Okay. And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled. Good.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign that he
Objection,
launched.
Your Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said, and that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor.
false.
Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit, that's Plaintiff's Exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in A, secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and while taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or, the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated then if it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. You understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it. And text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't know how bad it will be until the morning and we may have to cancel. But I don't know how. I'm icing it. I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you on the spot. That will be evidence in this. hey, it will be criminal as well because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third-party prosecutor come and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, like, the problem is, hearing from you, like, your biggest struggle is that it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen, and if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, like, I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good.
Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Any evidence? 357D.
I've been called a liar, and I've been called a gold digger. Everyone is.
Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also, that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after the phone in my face, and I had gotten crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's too fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm going to ask to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is,
What about mine?
They take it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or Steve, this text message did not actually happen, or that of your security guards, which by the way was a follow-up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guards who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor,
way.
hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
let's go
Honor.
to-
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357G, Plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28. Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're going to have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're going to have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the stuff that, yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize the animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every
Objection,
day there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media campaign
calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stain just the last part of that. All right. Okay. Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
Okay. What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement, and in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never actually, it would never get completed, would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
What was your
Sustained. Go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on with my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So that I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I've been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit, is how I got affiliated with them, and I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
what about the ACLU?
And then ACLU, because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work that we're doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. You know, it's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019, and I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
Once you come forward, let's take a look.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something. Right. He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Okay. Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017. I
had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman. But I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be in Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was a female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time, and I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role to your knowledge did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No.
Okay.
No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? And this has also already been admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence. You
If we
can
can publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, Plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
Okay. What, if any, thing did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
they
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't, there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
I'm going to ask, do we have
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
sure.
real quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time. Okay, we're going to start by bringing up defendants 1245.
All right, and moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, I have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through, and to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I have been protected of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A. And I think I'm moving this into evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops. But the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told DailyMail.com. And let's keep going. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
All right, and so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
And Amber, this is another daily mail online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because, unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some time.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof. And yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
No, sustain the
That's
objection.
fine. Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the damages that you as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you
Objection, that's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
We move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward. From the record, we'll disregard that question. All right, your next question.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
So we'll move forward to my other question here. How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020. April 8 was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll allow.
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was awaiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. They suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with The Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was The Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for The Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? And they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for.
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No. The communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
So, Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud.
The contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
$1 million.
Okay. Then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract...
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2. Okay.
And what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of...
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done one in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
Oh, $200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years, called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
If you can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to fight to. Hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can
Lack of foundation.
Overruled as to the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character without giving any spoilers away. They're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
This calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
It's still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor. This is not responsive. Lack of foundation and hearsay.
She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day. Over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. Why should I have to do that? I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. Please, court is still in session. I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you. All right. Why don't we just make it 3:25 then? We'll come back at 3:25? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We want to approach? Sure. Okay. right. Thank you. All right. Be seated. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July 2016, right?
That was the last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229, you want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just been
I just wanted to touch you.
through. Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you used me up, you
Yes,
want to touch me?
please.
Fucking,
Please, stop.
fucking nuts.
Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I wanted to end
Yeah,
back.
we did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you, and I will always be nothing to you. Well, you're not my friend. No, it's your fucking heart. No, we'll never see each other again. We won't next. Don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
Yeah. And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me, and has sued. other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp was wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger, every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better, there were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much
March
always...
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you?
I don't know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
That's the only picture you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose is bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
Discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to this jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala?
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers, everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252. This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Right. Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253.